Hello everyone. I hope you all are back. Please put a yes in the chat box if you all are back so that we can continue with the session. Hello, am I audible? Okay, so let's continue. So more 2 hours, guys. Like I said, let's wrap up the session early so that you will be free for the day. It's a weekend, so I don't want to drag the session. So we will just very quickly now look at the demo. In the first part, we discussed about a lot of theoretical concepts. We understood what is Fabric, why the need of Fabric, that Microsoft saw that, okay, we need people to integrate on the same platform. We need them to collaborate, easily share their work, scale also, simultaneously, not just share, but scale also, right? On that equal level, so that people don't have a problem in integrating not just with the data services, but even the data. So in order to club the data, combine the data, they created another service within it, which is called as the one lake. So when we talked about the capacity on top, I told you the capacity is just the compute utilization. So here, again, you have a data storage, which is the one lake. So these two things are built separately. When you purchase the license, you're not billed for the storage. So the storage cost is a little different. So the links that I have shared before the break in the morning or in the afternoon, I don't recall. But before we went for the break, I had shared the links wherein you can see the um storage cost. Like if you have this much data, if you have a pay-as-you-go model, or a license, then what kind of storage cost will be asked, etc. So you can definitely uh, see that information in that link as well. Now, continuing, let's understand the very first. So, what we are going to do, I'm just going to demonstrate, and side by side, I'll explain to you all certain things related to the demo. So, we will not, of course, go in depth. So, we'll keep on demonstrating things. There will be a lot of demonstrations that I will do right now. Let's talk about the lake house first, because when we talk about the DP-700, the certification that we are gathered here to understand. Now, let's talk a little bit about that so that you understand what is covered in this certification, what kind of modules are asked. Okay, so all that information, let me just very quickly give you all an overview about that also. So this is a associate level exam, wherein in the exam you will be measured on 3 skills. Okay, for the DP 700. These are the skills measured. So you will be measured on certain skills because you're a data engineer. Because you're a data engineer, so there are certain skills that you have to acquire once you become a data engineer. And those skills are going to be measured in the exam. Measured meaning they're going to be tested in the exam. Okay, so the first skill that you are going to be measured or tested is implement, I'm sorry, and manage an analytical or analytics solution. Now, this talks about the introduction that we just covered, the security part, the role of the admin, etc. Yeah, also one more thing, guys, a very important thing that I would like to specify. My colleague has shared, and even I have shared a feedback form in the chat. We would love to hear your thoughts on this webinar. How did you find it? Was it informative? How can we improve it? Any suggestions or recommendations if you have, so that we can look at it in the future and we can work upon it. So please do give us your feedback because we have put in a lot of efforts my team, Shobh, Archie, okay, all of us on a weekend also, we are here with you all and we are helping you prepare for this certification. So please, just a request before you leave the meeting or before we end today's session, please do complete the feedback process. I would really wish that you all give us your honest feedback, your honest opinion. That is there. So, in terms of the recording, we are not providing any recording, but you can definitely go on our social media platforms. That is the YouTube channel. You can go and you can definitely refer to this or go through this webinar once again on our YouTube channels. So I'll just share that link also in the chat again. So you will have to just subscribe to the channel and the recording will be uploaded in some days, not today, but in some days we will upload the recording and you can definitely once, if you are subscribed, you will get the notification of this recording. So these are our social media um, platforms. So we are available on LinkedIn, X, Facebook. We have meetup communities, ATC communities that we call. So one is in Pune, in Mumbai. We also have it in Surat and Nagpur. So in case you all are from there, so you can just go to those communities and there are constant webinars that go on. Okay, so you can definitely any upcoming webinars that are coming, you can just go there and you can just see. So discount, please tag Archie or Shubh in the chat. They will help you with the discount because I do not handle it. So you don't have to do anything in order to get the discount. You just have to pay some minimal this thing and you will get the voucher at a discounted rate. So for more details, just tag Shubh or Archie Jain, Shubh Parmar or Archie Jain in the chat. They will help you with the discount process and they will give you more information about it. So coming back to the DP-700 certification, coming to the skills. So this is the first skill that you will be measured. That is implement and manage an analytics solution. So this is the very first, I mean, all the concepts that we talked on top. Okay, they are covered in this particular skill, the introduction to Fabric. What is Fabric? How is Fabric? What is the responsibility of a Fabric admin? Okay, these are the things that we saw over here. So this is the very first skill that you will be measured in the exam or you will be asked in the exam. Sorry, you will be tested. Now, to this skill, there is a weightage that will come. So in the exam, when we talk about the exam, also the exam pattern, let me just talk about that. Hmm. So it's going to be a 100-minute duration. The exam is going to be for, which will you will be, of course, asked questions on the DP 700. The exam is not in the exam. Nobody will ask you to implement anything practically. So no practical implementation will be there. No negative marking also. Okay, so don't expect any negative marking. If you answer wrong, you get 0 marks for it. If you answer correctly, you get full marks for it. Okay, so there is definitely no negative marking in the exam. So no negative marking. The exam is completely MCQ based. Now, how do they ask questions? Even though it is MCQs, it is going to be scenario based questions. Okay, practical scenarios will be asked the exam and you will be ask questions. So exam dumps, guys, you will have to go online and you will have to search for it. We are not allowed to give you the names during the webinars. We are not allowed. So that research, you will have to do it on your own. We are not allowed to give any dumps. So of course, you can practice those dumps before you go for the exam, but where to find what dumps to refer to? Sorry, guys, we cannot give you that information. That research, that study, you will have to do it on your own. So here it will be MCQ based, scenario based questions. There will be around 45 to 60 questions that will be asked in the exam. Okay, it's a standard range. It's not necessary that everyone gets the same number of questions. It can differ from person to person. When you schedule, at what time do you schedule? That all factors do matter here. So it's not necessary that everyone gets the same number of questions. But in Microsoft certification, any exam, the standard range of questions is 45 to 60. That is the standard range. So I remember when I gave DP-700 this year, because this certification was launched in the year 2025 only, but in the month of March. It was earlier launched as beta and then later it became generally available. So in March, I gave the exam, though yeah, Fabric is a 2-year-old service, but the certification was released later on. That is them. So this certification, I remember I got around 56 questions. Okay, that was the number of questions I had got. So it will depend. Not everyone gets the same number of questions. That is there. So over here, this is the standard range of questions. Any Microsoft exam you give, you will find these number of questions. Then the duration is 100 minutes, no practical implementation. Now, when you go and give the exam, a little bit about that, in case you do want to give the exam in the future. So there are 3 sections in the exam. Okay, there are 3 sections in the exam. The first section is about, so I'll call them section 1, section 2, section 3. It's not compulsory that the way I say it, the order I mention, it's not mandatory that it will come in that order only. The order can jumble and it can come. So probably section 2 can come first for you, section 3 can come first for you, section 1 can come later on. So it's not necessary that the order I'm stating here, that order will be followed. Okay, so it can jumble up and it can come. But let me just give you an overview of the sections because your exam is divided into 3 sections. These sections will short come. That is it. But in what order they are going to come, I do not know. That will depend upon the exam, the day you give the exam. So there are other factors that matter. But here, coming to section 1. So section 1 is completely case study based section. Okay, here are the questions. Case study, I'm sorry. Case study based section. Here there will be around 4 to 6 questions that will be asked in the exam. Around, yeah, 4 to 6. All the questions will be for the same case study. So don't think there will be 2 case studies or 3 case studies. No. So one case study, and surrounding that same case study, you will get 4 to 6 questions. That's the standard range. That is there. At times you can get 6, at times you can get only 4. So it depends, okay, on that day you give the exam. So it is around 4 to 6. That's the standard range. Now in this section, you can review the answers. You can go back to any questions that you like. Okay, you can definitely review the answers, go to any question, move around in that section the way you like it. But once you submit this entire section, section 1, let's call it, you cannot go back to that section. I repeat, you cannot go back to that section. You will have to submit that entire section and then only you can come out of it. So that is what is section 1 or case study. So when you submit the case study, that entire section is submitted and then you have to move to the next section. So please keep that in mind that yes, you can review the answers that you have given, change the answers. If you feel this is not the answer, something else is the answer from the options given. Again, it is going to be MCQs. Nowhere you are supposed to write anything, write elaborate statements or essays or anything or do anything practically. It is all going to be MCQs. You will be given multiple options, multiple choices out of which you have to select. Okay, but you can review the answers that you give to these questions, and you can definitely, then once you submit this section, you will move to section 2. Now, this section will have the maximum number of questions, around 35 to 37. That is the standard range of questions that will be there. I'm not sure, like I remember I got like 44 questions in this section. So it could depend. I mean, the number of questions here will depend. It will vary for every person also giving the exam. So it's not that the number of questions I got, the same number of questions you will get. In certain exams that I've given, there were only 37 questions, there were 44 questions. So it all depends on that day you give the exam, what kind of exam is released to you. Okay, but 37 to 44 is the standard range of questions asked in this exam. Okay, so that is now in this section, it is a very straightforward questions are asked. So fill in the blanks, match the following, um, sequence out. So you will have to arrange, you will have to drag and drop, and you will have to arrange certain sequences. So very straightforward questions will be asked in section 2. You will not be asked to, it's not going to be like a big case study. Yes, it will be like scenarios only, but less, I mean, smaller scenarios and very straightforward questions will be asked. Now, this section is the last section you submit in your exam. So once you complete this section, your exam is over, is marked as complete. Okay. But in this section, you can definitely review the answers, change the answers that you have given. You can even come back. Like I said, this is the last section you will be submitting. So you can definitely come back to this section and you can definitely review the answers, mark them to review, and you can definitely change the answers as well. Again, it will be MCQs only, straightforward questions like complete the code. Yeah, another thing, like I told you, that Microsoft, this exam has a prerequisite that you should be aware about certain services like the Azure data services, not go in depth, but at least be aware of exactly how it is created, how it works, right? And along with that, okay, there is a prerequisite that you know the coding languages, that is Python and SQL. You should know these languages and another language. So you should know PySpark or even Python, SQL, and another language which is called as the KQL language. Okay, which is called as the KQL language. Yes, I will be sharing the reference links, okay, for this material where to refer to. That link, of course, I will be sharing it with you all, definitely. So when you complete this certification, okay, that means you are aware about the Fabric service, the data engineering aspect of the Fabric service. So like I said, there are multiple roles in data, and one such role is a data engineer. Even in the market, if you go, there are hirings on data engineering, right? So all that, okay, all those so any tool, if you have to work as a data engineer, so you have to be aware about it. So one such tool you now are aware is the Fabric. So of course, any data engineering roles that come up, so you can definitely look at these roles for especially if you complete DP-700 certificate. So you can definitely look at the data engineering part. You can move on to another certification on Fabric, which is called as the DP-600. So that also you can look at. Okay, you can also look at another certification, which is DP-600, whose name is Microsoft Certified Fabric Analytics Engineer Associate. Okay, so this particular certification deals with data analysis, or it's something that is catered for data analyst using Fabric service, using the Fabric platform, how you can perform data analysis. So it is a little different from DP 700. Okay, it's going to be a little different. So no, we are not conducting any session on PySpark because this is assumed, I mean, Microsoft, when you go for the exam also, Microsoft assumes that you already know PySpark. You've come from that background. You are already working in data engineer. It's just that it is teaching you how to use that on the Fabric service, on the Fabric platform. So Microsoft already assumes, so we don't conduct any PySpark sessions, but you can definitely go online. There are a lot of channels on YouTube that are there, wherein you can definitely learn about PySpark. A lot of YouTube channels are there where you can study about PySpark. There is an official documentation of PySpark that you can refer to. Apache Spark, like I said, is a community also. So they have their official documentation on the commands, on the syntaxes of PySpark. So you can definitely refer to them and you will be able to do it. So as of now, we don't conduct any sessions on PySpark, SQL, or KQL as well. So coming to DP-600, DP-600 is just nothing but an associate level again for data analysts. So if you want to use the Fabric service and you're a data analyst, so you can look at this particular certification. Whereas DP-700 focuses on the data engineering aspect on the Fabric service. So that is the difference between the two. And of course, the learning modules are a little different. They're not the same for both of them. So that is also different over here. So this is section 2, wherein you will be asked the questions. So there will be around 37 to 44 questions that you will be asked in the exam. And this section you can review, you can come back, you can definitely yeah. So you can definitely come back and review the questions in this section. So like I said, this is the last section that you submit. So in this section, guys, you will be asked to complete the code. Okay, there will be a PySpark code that will be given, which you will have to complete. You will have to click from the drop down, you will have to select the appropriate code that fits in, or a SQL command also, or a KQL command also. They will ask you. So there will be questions related to that. So I will, of course, share the material from where you can study. I'll also share. So once at least you will have to do the labs also before you go ahead and give the exam. So the demos that I showed you will show you. I'll also share the link of those demos. I'll share that link also. Once I complete the demos, or even now before we go ahead, I will share that. But at least once you should be able to practice the labs. Okay, practice the labs. Why? Because there are codes in it. So you will understand, okay, this is how it is completed. These are the steps. This is how it is done. So that though there is no practical implementation, the questions are such that you should have the practical knowledge. Okay, so this is the section 2. And in section 2, there will be these many questions. You can review them, submit this section at the end. It doesn't matter. It will, once you submit this section, you have completed, the exam is marked as complete. Now coming to section 3. So I think this is the most important section that is there. So in this section, there will be only 3 questions. Only 3 questions. Okay. And these 3 questions will be a part of the same series. Okay, these questions will be a part of these same series. Now, what kind of questions are asked here? So you will be given a big long scenario. Okay, and to that scenario, you will be given a problem. There will be a problem in that scenario. And in the question itself, they will also give you a solution. So there will be a big long scenario, problem in that scenario, and to that problem, they will suggest below. Okay, below itself, they will mention a solution. They will give you a solution below itself. Now, when they give you the solution, okay, they will ask you, okay, that in this section, there will be only two options that will be there, a yes or a no. Okay, there will be only two options that will be given. So don't think there will be multiple options. Only two options will be given in this particular section. Only three questions. All the three questions will have only two options, yes and no, and all the three questions will be a part of the same series. Now, what do I mean by this? So I told you in this section, you will get a scenario and there will be a problem and there will be a solution, correct? So this will be in one question, there will be one solution. In the next question, the solution will change. Okay, the problem will remain the same, the scenario will remain the same, but what will change in the next question is the solution that will be given. All you have to do is just say, yes, this solution that is given in the question will solve the problem, or no, it will not. You just have to select yes or no based on that. So you just have to look at the solution, look at the problem, and see whether that solution will solve the problem or not. If it doesn't, select no. If it does, then select yes. That is the only thing that is there. But now like I said, there are three questions. You answer one question and you move to the next question. You've answered it, you have moved to the next question. So here what happens when you move to the next question and go and try to answer, go and give the answer for the next question in this section, you realize, oh, I have made a mistake in the previous question. So you can't go back. You will not be able to go back to the previous question. So once you answer a question in this section and you move to the next question, please keep in mind that you can't go back to the previous question. Once you mark the answer, that means you can't review the answer, you can't go back to that question. So you have to be, that is why I said this section is the most important, the most critical section. Because in the exam, we all have this tendency to panic, oh, what happened now? I can't go back. So I'm making you aware about the pattern beforehand so that you know, okay, this is the section that I was talking about. I have to be most careful here. And guys, you have 100 minutes. There is a lot of time to go through the question. Do not panic. Do not be, in a hyper state. We all tend to be nervous when we give the exam. So don't be. Just stay calm, collected. Everything will be done on time. But this is the paper pattern. Okay, this is the exam pattern that is asked. It will be divided into sections, and every sections will have these number of questions. This is how the sections are built. Okay, and you just have to answer them. Now, when you go and give the exam, if you do not have your personal laptop, everyone, and you have your official laptop, company laptop or etc., I would recommend not to use your company laptop. Please use your personal laptop to give the exam. Now, if you have to give the exam, now where to study also, that also I'll tell you. So just come online and search for DP-700 Learn modules. So if you come here, so I'll just share this link also with you all in the chat. Again, I'm repeating, guys, I am not allowed to share the exam dumps with you all. It is against our policy. We can't even share the notes So somebody had asked for the notes also. So I'm sorry, guys, we are not allowed to do it. So if you want to refer to the recording, to these notes, you will have to go through the YouTube link. You will have to you will have to subscribe to that, and then only you will be able to refer to it. So just a request that please do subscribe. I've shared the links above. Please do subscribe to our YouTube channel in order to receive the recording of this webinar that I have conducted, the notes, so you can just get it from there. Okay, it's against our policy to give you the exam dumps, to give you any material here. It's just you will have to subscribe to our channel in order to receive or go through the recording again. So, yeah, so this is where you will come and you can prepare. So if you scroll down, these are the modules, the learn modules where you can come and you can study for this exam is present over here. So you can see it has been divided. So this is what we were talking about. We talked about this. We talked about the first module. So we will see these 3 modules through demos. That is what I'm going to show you all. Just I thought I'll cover the certification part first. Okay. So this is what is going to be asked in the exam. Here, if you see, there's a free practice assessment that is asked in the exam. So it's completely free of cost. So let's say you have gone through the material, you've practiced the labs, and you feel you're ready. So you can just get yourself tested. It's completely free of cost, which is a free practice assessment. There is no limit up to the number of attempts you can give. Just come here and give n number of attempts. It's up to you. But if I have to put it honestly, guys, these questions that are asked in the exam and these those practice assessment questions that are here, they have no relation with each other. I don't know why these questions, because they're free. So naturally, you will not expect the same questions that come in the exam to be asked here. So just a request to everyone that please do go through the sample, go through some exam dumps. Again, I'm repeating, I'm not allowed to give you all the name. You will have to go through the couple of websites. They are available. A lot of third-party sources are there. So please do that research on your own. I'm not allowed to give you the names. Okay, so please do that. But yeah, if you want my honest opinion, if you do really want to clear the exam, please go and refer to the exam dumps. They are the actual questions that are asked in the exam. Whatever is asked in this free assessment doesn't come in the exam, trust me, because it's not reliable. It is free, so naturally it's not going to be reliable. So just a request, if you want to clear the exam in first attempt, please refer to some exam dumps. Okay? In case you haven't ever given a Microsoft exam in the past, this is your first time giving a Microsoft exam, you can go through this sandbox experience. So here it will talk about the interface that is used in the exam. Okay, the interface will be given to you. What kind of questions are asked? Different questions. How does this interface look like? So you will interact with that interface as if you're giving the exam. So whatever interface is used during the exam, you can just go through that over here. So just go through the sample. Sorry. So go through this sandbox, take this experience once, and then you'll be ready for the exam. So if you have to schedule the exam, just come over here and click on the schedule button. So Microsoft conducts the exam through another organization, which we call it as the Pearson View. So Pearson View conducts the exam on behalf of Microsoft. So they have 2 ways of conducting the exam. So when you go and click on schedule and give certain details, again, I'll repeat, guys, please use your personal ID. Do not use your official ID, because if the official ID, once you leave that enterprise, the official ID will also not be available to you. Okay, so just a request to everyone that whenever you give the exam or you're redeeming the badges also now, please use your personal account. Gmail, Outlook works, but use your personal account. Do not use an official ID for it. Okay, so even when you register for the exam, schedule the exam, please use your personal ID, because once you leave the enterprise, that email ID, that organizational ID will no longer be available to you. It will all be, what we say, it will be taken away. The privileges, I mean, the access will be revoked from you. So you will no longer, and the certificate gets associated with that. So you don't want that. You want the certificate to be with you, right? So just a request, use your official ID, though they have mentioned here, please do not use your official ID. We would strongly recommend using your personal. So if you see, they have also mentioned that over here. Please, we strongly recommend that you register for an exam with a personal MSA Microsoft account. Okay, if you register with an organizational account, your exam records will be lost if you leave your organization, and they will be unrecoverable. Okay, so just take that as a note here. Now, when you go to schedule the exam, there are two ways in which you can appear for the exam. One is you can be at home and you can give the exam. The second is you can go to a nearby test center. Now, what do I mean by you can give it from your home? You can actually sit at home and you can give the exam. It will be proctored. There will be a person who will be actually supervising your exam through the camera. Okay. So when you're giving the exam from your home, if you, like I said, if you have your personal laptop, then it's fine. Or if you don't have a personal laptop, you are using company laptop, then I would recommend you all to please go to a nearby test center. Because in your company laptops, there will be a lot of restrictions, a lot of third-party softwares will not be allowed to be installed, which wherein when Pearson VUE is conducting the exam, they take control of your laptop. They literally take control of your laptop. So you have to give those rights to them. Okay, of course, there will be SLAs and everything, but you have to give them those rights. They will have to access your camera, microphone. Also, another thing is if in case you have a personal laptop, but if you don't have good internet connection, then I would recommend you all not to give the exam from your house. It requires a good bandwidth to give the exam. Like I said, you have to share your camera, you have to constantly share your microphone, and that requires a lot of bandwidth. So you will require that, right? You will require a lot of bandwidth, internet connection to do that. So just a request to everyone that if you have these challenges, go to the nearby test center. You don't have to carry anything. They will give you the system, everything, and you just have to go and give the exam. Internet, all the laptops, everything, all the setup, they will look at it. You just have to take a ID proof. Okay, it could be a driver's license, Aadhaar card, anything. Just take one of that. It has to be an identity. You have to prove your identity, and you will have to go. So it's better if you take your driving license or passport. That is a better proof. I don't know if they consider Aadhaar card or no. Okay. Because when I give it from my house, in that option also you have to give your ID details. You have to submit your ID. You have to. They take photos of your entire room. Where are you giving the exam? Right, left, or whatever, because they don't want paper to be seen anywhere. Okay, if you have any paper lying around or etc., they will all remove that. So they will tell you to remove it. So it is better that if you don't have a private space at home also, please go to the nearby test center and give the exam. So this is the cost. So it comes around to 5,000 roughly, depending on the taxes. And in case you want the exam code, exam voucher, so we are Microsoft we are Microsoft Gold partners. So if you want that voucher, please tag Chub or Archie and they will do the needful. They will get in touch with you or you can get in touch with us. So the email ID is also being posted in the chat. So you can just mail to us on that email ID and we will get in touch with you all. Okay, so please refer to, if you want the exam code, exam voucher, we get it at a discounted rate because of being gold partners with Microsoft. You can definitely use that and you can give the exam. So you'll not get it at 50%, but at least 20 to 30% is the discount that we get and we give it at that rate only. So just contact Archie or again, I'll post those So you can just refer to those links and you can get the voucher. Now, let's say you cleared the exam and you have got the certificate of DP-700. Now, this certificate has an expiry. It expires after a year. Now, what do I mean by this? So it has a expiry date to it. It's not that it is going to be there lifelong with you. You will have to keep on renewing that certificate. Okay, you will have to keep on renewing. So, in case you want the vouchers, guys, please tag Shubh or Archie, Shubh Parmar, Archie Jain. They will help you with the voucher details. Okay, so please requesting you to tag the two, either of them or both of them. It is up to you. So you just have to tag them and they will get in touch with you regarding the vouchers. Now, now let's say you give the exam and you clear the exam, you get a certificate of DP 700. Now, I told you it has a validity, right? It expires after a year. So let's say I'm just giving a date, on 15th of September, you cleared the exam, 2025. So before 15th of September 2026, you are supposed to renew the exam. You're supposed to renew the exam, renew the certificate, basically. Now, this renewal process is very, very easy. Okay, it is super, I mean, it's very easy. It's an open book test that is there. You don't have to, it's not the first time when you go and give the exam, it's not like that. Okay, it's completely open book. You just have to, there will be 25 questions. Okay, again, 70% is, oh yeah, I forgot to mention that in order to clear the exam, the passing is 70%. That means you have to score at least 700 marks out of 1000 in order to clear the exam and get the DP-700 certification. Okay, so over here, the passing marks is 700. Even when you renew or you're giving the renewal exam, it is going to be 70%. And the renewal is an open book test. There will only be 25 questions. Now, what do I mean by open book? You can definitely use Copilot or ChatGPT and you can ask questions, copy paste and find the answers, go to multiple websites, look for the answers and clear the or renew the certificate. So it's very easy. It's absolutely free of cost. There is no number of attempts. Okay, you can give it n number of times. Just you have to renew the certificate before it expires. Just that you have to keep in mind. Okay, before the DP-700 expires. So let's say on 15 September 2026, it is going to expire. So before that, you have to renew the certification. Okay, it's absolutely free of cost, absolutely easy. You can use Copilot GPT model. Okay, it's an open book test, just 25 questions, and you can renew your certificate for another year. It will again be renewed for another year. That means once you do it this time, so it will get the expiry will shift to 15 September 2027. So before 15 September 2027, again, you will have to renew it. Guys, if you miss out on the renewal date, okay, it will be a problem. It will be a challenge. So I would request you all to not miss out on the renewal date. Okay, please do not miss out on the renewal date. So over here, this is how you can renew the certification and renewal 70%. Again, it is 70% only. Passing is 70% even for the renewal. So renewal is free of cost. It is definitely there's no limit. And just that you have to clear it before it expires. That's the only time frame you have. And now don't think like Microsoft has this habit of giving what we say, you can even renew the exam 6 months before the expiry. So in case you give it 6 months or 2 months before it expires, okay, so don't think when you give the renewal exam, it is going to consider that date for the next expiry. No. The first time when you give the exam, So 15th of September 2025, you gave the exam. So every renewal date will also be followed with that. Just the year will keep on adding. So in case you renew the exam, let's say 15th of September 2026, it was going to expire. You did it 6 months before. So the date will not be when you give the renewal. It will always consider the date when you first gave the exam. So the date then will shift to 15th of September 2027. Okay, so don't think, okay, you can give it. Don't just miss. I mean, the whole thing is, the conclusion is to not miss out on the renewal date. Because if you miss out on the renewal date, you will have to pay again this much money, 5,000 rupees. It will again be proctored, or you will have to go to the nearby test center, again prepare for it, because modules change. There are a hell lot of things that change because it's a emerging technology. Okay, Microsoft Fabric is an emerging technology. Modules keep on changing, labs keep on getting added. So you have to keep yourselves up to date. So for that, you have to again study. So you don't want that, right? We don't have that much time on a daily basis. We have a lot of other work also that we do. So just don't miss out on the renewal date. Now, before you give the exam, I would request you all to come down and go to this study guide. I'll share this link also in the chat. Please, before you give any Microsoft exam, it should be a best practice that you go and refer to the study guides, because they keep on updating themselves. So you can see it was late. It is latest update is 21st of April 2025. Okay, and you can see the skills also. So these are the skills that I was talking about, and their weightage. So every skill has equal weightage. That means you will have to study all the modules in depth. Okay, and this is where you will come to know. So this weightage, this means how many questions will be asked from this skill is what is mentioned over here. Okay, and below, if you scroll down, you will see the modules that are mapped to every skill. Okay, modules that are mapped to every skill, you will get that information below over here. So this is the exam information. So just come to this guide. So I've shared the link also in the chat. Please refer to it. So any Microsoft exam you give in the future, refer to the guide, see what are the changes that have been made. When was the latest change made? Because in case you're not planning to give it now, 6 months down the line, okay, just go through this study guide, go through the learn material, and then give the exam. So now let's do one thing. This was about the exam. So let's take a break of like 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes also, or 10 minutes we'll take because I want to end the session early. So let's take a quick 10-minute break. And after the break, we will come and like I promised, we will be looking at some of the demos using the Fabric service. Okay, we will be looking at some of the demos. So it's almost 3:20. So at 3:30, we will resume the session. So guys, till then, I want you all to do a couple of things. First is you will have to redeem the badges. Please, in case you haven't redeemed the badges, just a request, it's going to benefit you, not us. I've already done my certification and etc. and it is benefiting me. I am able to train people on it. It will benefit you in terms of your if you have to boost your CVs or resumes, right? So please ensure that you redeem the badges. So that's the first task you are supposed to complete. The second thing is you will have to give us your feedback. So we would like to hear from you all about this webinar. Was it informative? What was it? Any suggestions, any recommendations that you have that we can work upon and improve? We would love to hear that as well. So so these two tasks, guys, you have to complete. Okay, and we will now take a break of 20 minutes, and post the break, we will. So if it is, you just have to go to you will have to log into the learn.microsoft.com, And in learn.microsoft, go to the right hand side, there is a profile that is there. Okay, you will have to go to that profile option. Just a second. One thing. Yeah, so once you redeem the badge, you have to go to your profile. So it will automatically take you. So there will be a view profile option. And in view profile, if you come, so this is your achievements. It will take you to the achievements tab here. And in the achievements tab, you have this courses. So you have to navigate to the courses tab. In the achievements, you have to come to your profile. Okay. How do you come to your profile? There's a right on the right hand side here, you will have this icon. Okay. Just click on it. There will be a view profile option and you can come here and you can see there is a badge. So you have to come to achievements, come to courses, and in that you will see this badge. So click on the print icon. Okay. Click on the print icon and you will see, you will able to take a screenshot of this and save it in your with you, or you can even share this. Like I said, you can share it on your LinkedIn, Twitter profiles. So if you want to share, so can you see you have this option of share button? Just click on it and you can see the social media platforms here. Okay, so please do this, and of course give us your feedback, without which we will so guys, it's important for us, right? So please do that also. If you want to subscribe to our YouTube channel, the link is there in the chat, in order to receive the recording of this session. Okay, so now let's take a break of 10 minutes, and post the break we will only be focusing on demos, and then we will end the session. So we will conclude the session before time, so that you can enjoy rest of the evening. So I'm going on mute and I'll start the clock, and I'll see you all after the break. Hello, everyone. I hope you all are back. Please put a yes in the chat box if you all are back. Okay, so now let's move to the demonstrations. Let's understand how to create a lake house, what is a warehouse, how to create one in the Fabric service. Okay, let's understand that. Okay, so a lake house basically, let's understand what is a lake house first. Just share the screen again. So a lake house basically is nothing but a combination, okay, of data lake along with the data warehouse. So that is why the term lake house came into picture. So a lake house is nothing but so a lake house is nothing but a combination of the data lake along with a data warehouse. So basically, this particular lake house or a lake house is used when your data or when you have data which is of semi-structured or unstructured type. That is when this particular service is or this particular storage is used. Okay. So it's not like a data warehouse more, it is more like a data lake. So the base foundation of a lake house is of a data lake and not a data warehouse. So at times what happens that people want to perform SQL analysis, right? They want to perform SQL analysis on the lake house. Though the data, like I said, you want to query your structured data, the data that you have in the file, right? You want to query that. You want to write SQL commands on top of that. That is when the data warehouse part comes into picture. So what does a lakehouse do? It just gives you like a semantic layer, or I would say like a superficial or what we say a pseudo layer, okay, to write queries, right? SQL commands, actual SQL commands you can write on top of that. So if you are familiar with, if you want to do analysis, okay, because here yes, you work with the unstructured or the semi-structured data. You can use Python language, PySpark actually, and you can do the analysis. Why? Because it uses an engine that is the Spark engine. Okay, and you can perform big data analysis on top of that. That is possible. But here you need to know the coding language. Let's say you don't know, or you want to do some SQL analysis on top of that. So that is what a lake house gives you. Okay. So a lake house will give you the capability. It uses the Spark engine only, but on top of that, if you want to write SQL commands, it lets you do that. And that is why a combination of the data lake and the data warehouse is called as the lakehouse. The engine it is using, the data that is being stored is a file data only. Just that on top of that, if you're able to write SQL commands, then that is the data warehouse part that comes into picture. So when you work with the lakehouse and Fabric, okay, when you work with when you work with Fabric in Fabric, sorry, and you want to create a lakehouse, okay. So there are three things that get created. So when you work with lakehouse in Fabric, there are three things that get created. First is a lakehouse, which acts as a data lake. So this is more like a data lake sort of capability that it has. The second thing that gets created is a semantic model default. Now, what is this semantic model? So let's say you want to visualize the data. You want to perform visualization. You want to use Power BI. Okay, and you want to visualize the data. So you can do that on top of the data you have loaded in the data lake or in the lakehouse, and that you can do it. So it creates a default model of that data in your Fabric service along with the lakehouse. It's not something I'll create explicitly. All I do is I create a lakehouse, and by default, I get a semantic model created. Okay, so that is the second thing that gets created the minute you create a lakehouse. And the third thing that gets created is called as a SQL analytics endpoint, which we call it as the data warehouse in the Fabric. So let's go ahead and see how to create a lakehouse in the Fabric service. Okay, very simple, very straightforward. So you need to give a license, create a workspace. Now, the minute you create a workspace, okay, next to the workspace name, guys, you should see a diamond. You should see a diamond. Now, what does this diamond indicate? That this workspace that you have created is capable of handling Fabric content, meaning you can create a Fabric item and you can handle that over here. Okay, you can handle the Fabric content. This workspace is capable of handling the Fabric content. So that is what basically this diamond indicates. So the minute you create a workspace, you allocate the Fabric capacity that is being given to you, you should see a diamond symbol next to the workspace name. Okay, so over here, now let's go ahead and create the items, which is a lakehouse. So lakehouse, warehouses, pipelines, data flows. Okay, these are items. Like I said, we discussed, they're building blocks, right? So that is what we are creating over here. So very easy to create. Just come in the workspace. Here you have the option of new item. So new item, you select which item you want to create. Okay. Now, before we go ahead and we understand some more things. So we talked about one lake on the top over here. So I'll draw the diagram also here. Whenever you log in into and you have the permission, okay, with every tenant, there is a one lake that comes. Okay, so every tenant, there will be a one lake that will be associated with every tenant. There will be one lake that will be associated. So this is your one lake that you have, let's say. Now, we had seen that once you get the capacity, etc., you can create workspaces within it, right? So let's say there is a single capacity that has been purchased, and it has been told that across departments, you're supposed to use that workspace. So let's say, use that capacity, I'm sorry. So let's say here we have one workspace that I create, which is for the sales team. Okay, so let's say this is the sales workspace. Then we create another workspace for the marketing team. We use the same capacity. Let's say within that same capacity, we are doing it, and I create, or even if you have multiple capacities, doesn't matter. But let's say there is a marketing workspace. Okay, so with every tenant, there is a one link that comes. So let's say I am the workspace admin. So workspace admin has the permission to create workspaces. So let's say I create a sales workspace, I create a marketing workspace. On top of these workspaces, only restricted to the workspaces, not the entire or the other workspace that is there. So we know there are people who work in sales team, people who work in marketing team. So let's say I give people permission from the sales team only on the sales workspace. They don't have access on the marketing workspace. Likewise, people who work in the marketing team, they have only access restricted to the workspace, not to the sales workspace. But I am the admin, right? I created these two workspaces. That means I have the permission on top of these two workspaces. Okay. Now, let's say here we created lakehouse. Here we created a lakehouse. So I'll call this LHM, Lakehouse Marketing, and here Lakehouse Sales. Let's say. Now let's say the marketing team wants to access. I'm sorry, I'm just waiting for a sneeze. Just 1 second. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, sorry. So over here, let's say we have a marketing. There's a lake house here. There's a lake house here. There is a file present in the lake house of the sales workspace, which I want the marketing team to access. But I don't want to move or copy that file in the marketing lake house. Okay, so here, let's say I create, so let's just see how to create a lake house. So I'll come to the new items. I create a lake house. I'll go to stored data and I'll select the lake house here. Give it a name. So I'll call this as webinar LH, webinar lake house. Just click on the create button. And over here, let's say I have this lake house present. So I told you when you create the lake house, so if you go to the workspace, okay, it is just taking some time. We'll just wait for a second or two. Just seeing why the third item has not been created. Just a second, guys. There's no update on this, but why is it not working? Okay, we don't need that any which ways. So we can just. So yeah, I think now only two items get created even with the lake house. So the semantic model is not created. So you can't do any reporting now. I've changed this feature recently. Okay. Any which ways, let's continue with what we have. So they have changed that feature. So here the third thing is not being created. It has been removed as of now. That's the update. Earlier, it was possible to create a Power BI report here, but we'll see. We'll continue. So over here, we have the lakehouse. I loaded some file. I thought it will work here. I'll show this again. Yeah. So this is the lakehouse. Now over here, this is how you create very simple. So with the lakehouse, we saw that this is your lakehouse, and within the lakehouse, if you see, there are two formats that are there. One is the file format, and second is the table format. Okay, so if you have to work with the data with the lakehouse, so this is the data lake. It is also called as a lakehouse explorer, wherein if you have to work with files, you have to load the data, and it is a file that you are working with. So this is where you will come and you will work with. So in the lakehouse, or yeah, in the lakehouse, you have to start loading the data as a file format only. So in the tables, if you see, you don't have any option to load the data. But if you come to files, if you click on these three dots, you can load the data. Now, you can get the data in multiple ways into the lakehouse. One is you can use your local system and you can upload the data or get the data. The second way is you can use the pipelines or the data flow. The data flow is different from the data factory data flow. It's a generation two, whereas even Power BI has a data flow, but that is termed as generation one. So there's a difference between the two. Okay, one is capable, of course, certain capabilities, co-pilot and all of those things that is there. The next things of AI that is there, that is involved in Gen 2. In Gen 1, you will not find those capabilities, those AI capabilities, okay, or the amount of data that you can manage. Okay, so if you come to like the workspaces, click on new item. Can you see you have data flow Gen 1 and Gen 2? Yes, both of them are used for transforming the data, cleaning the data. Okay, no doubt. But data flow is not much AI powered. The what we say there is a difference between the two of them in terms of managing the data, also the size of the data. AI is one of them. The compute that one uses, the other uses, is also a different compute that is being used. That is why um, the kind of data, okay, I mean, in Gen 1, certain formats are not accepted, whereas in Gen 2, it is accepted. So, there is a mixed match of even that, of the data that is working. So, that is the difference between the two. But data flow Gen 2, data flow in general is a transformation tool. Okay, it's a transformation tool that is there. Now, coming back to the lakehouse. So over here, we saw how to create a lakehouse, and along with the lakehouse, we just see the SQL analytics endpoint. There is no longer the semantic model. Earlier it was there, but I think they have removed that now. So when we talk about the lakehouse, we saw how to create one simple lakehouse. Now let's say, so initially when you have to load data, so if I have to load data, let's say from my local system into the lakehouse, so one way is you get it from the data pipeline, use the copy activity, and you can copy the data into the lakehouse, or you can use data flow Gen 2 and you can get the data into the lakehouse. Or the other way is you upload files from your local system or a folder from your local system. So here I'll go with file option. Either you come to get data tab or you click on these three dots and you can load the data. So here I'll click on upload files. I'll browse for the file I want to upload. So I'm going to load the sales file that is there. So I'll just click on the open button and then click on the upload button. So here you will see that it will upload the file, and this is how the file gets uploaded. So either you use copy activity and you can load it, and or you can use the data flow and you can load the data into the table section. But you will have to load it into the table section. Why is that? Which you need to try it out once, the data flow, because it's like I said, a transformation, and it's Power Query basically. If I have to say data flow Gen 2, if I have to say, it's nothing but Power Query editor put online. Okay, so Power Query, the output or the data that is transformed and it is loaded, the format in which it loads is a table always. So over here, that is why when you are loading, you want to load the data from a data flow into the lakehouse after transforming, basically perform ETL. So it will always not be stored as a file, it will always be stored as a table. Okay. So that is all in depth that we study when we do the training. But here we don't have that much time. So we will just quickly see very simple demos on lakehouse, on real-time analysis, and the warehouse. Okay. How to create a warehouse. Now you might be thinking, right? We have a lakehouse here, we have a warehouse. Then what is the difference between the two? On top of the lake house also, I can do data warehousing, right? I mentioned that over here, right? Then what is the difference between a lake house and a warehouse? That also we will see, okay? And once we create the warehouse, I'll talk about the difference. But coming to a very important point. So when we loaded the data in the in the lake house, I use my local system, or I use data pipeline or data flow, and I loaded the data, correct? So we have one copy of the sales file in my local system. That means at least once I need to copy, because once at least it has to move into the one lake, right? So how do I see the one lake? If you see on the left hand side, we have this one lake catalog here. So you can see all the data that has been loaded from all the workspaces. Any workspace that you create, all that data will be available to you in the single location, that is the one lake, right? So all that data is going to be uploaded here. So you have the one lake. So you can see from all the workspaces, I'm getting that data over here. So I have another workspace created here. So over here, this is your one lake catalog. So all the data that has been uploaded into one lake, you can see. And I told you that this one lake that gets created, it's coming with a tenant. So once you become the user to the Fabric service, you're a tenant, right? You've been made a tenant by the admin. So you get a one lake associated with it, right? Now this one lake, all the data is loaded in one storage at a single location. But there are people who are working in the sales department, working in the marketing department, and the restriction, they don't have access to one lake. Their scope, right? They have been only restricted till the workspace. Whatever data you load in the lake house, in the sales workspace, or in the marketing workspace, they will be able to access that. But let's say they want to access the data from the lake house in the sales workspace. So as of now, there is only one admin who can do that. That is the one who created these workspaces, not the people, because they were later added to this workspace, right? But let's say they still want to access this data, but they don't want to move or copy this data. Because now you saw when we loaded the sales file in the lakehouse here, I had to at least once move the data or copy the data, right? Let's say I don't want to do that. I don't want to move or copy the data. I want to keep the data in the data source and just point to the data source and still be able to access the data without copying or moving it. So in your one lake, there is a very, very important feature that is present, which we call it as the shortcut feature. Now, what is a shortcut? A shortcut is nothing but like a symbolic link. It is like a pointer that points to the data source, and it accesses the data, actually, I should say, accesses the data without moving or copying the data. Okay, it accesses the data without moving or copying the data. So over here, if I want that, I don't want, so initially you saw we have to at least once upload the data or at least copy the data or move the data into the lakehouse in order to access it and start working with it, right? Now let's say I don't want to do that. I just want to point to the data source and I want to still access that data. Okay, I still want to access that data. So over here, if I have to perform that, there is a feature that I use, which is called as the shortcut feature. So here the lakehouse that is created in the marketing team, they can still access a particular file. They just have to point without actually moving that data. They can actually just point to the file, to a folder. Basically, you point to the folder and access the file from that folder in the lakehouse of the marketing workspace. So it's such a shortcut that you create. So there are two types of shortcuts you can create. One is from internal sources. So the example that I gave you, so if you want to connect to a lakehouse, Okay, so you have the lakehouse, which is one of the internal sources. Then you can also use warehouse. I don't think so. You can create a shortcut. So only from a lakehouse to a lakehouse, you can create. So that kind of a shortcut is called as an internal shortcut. Or you can have external sources from where you can get the data, not actually, just access the data without copying or moving it. So there are multiple external sources from where you can get that data. One is Azure Data Lake Gen 2 storage. You have Azure Blob storage. You have the Dataverse. So if you are from the Power Platform and you know how to use the Dataverse, so you can get the data from the Dataverse. Also cross clouds like AWS, GCP, if you want to get the data. So even from there, you can get it. So there is a shortcut you can create between the Amazon S3, S3 compatible. That is there. You can also connect to the Google Cloud storage from where you can access the data without actually, it is just going to point to that data and it is going to help you access it. So here you can create these two shortcuts without actually loading the data or copying the data once into the lakehouse. So if I have to create this shortcut, all you have to do is come to the workspace, okay, come to the lakehouse, and you can either create a shortcut on the file or on the table, any of where. So if you click on these three dots, can you see we have this new shortcut option? Or even on the tables, if you click on the three dots, you have the new shortcut option, right? So if you click on them, if you click on that option, and you can see here you have two options. You have internal sources and external sources. So the internal sources is the ones I named Lakehouse, or you have the external sources. So these are the external sources from where you can just point to the source. The data will remain at the source only, just that you will be able to access the data without moving or copying the data. So just a second, guys, I'll just sip some water. Yeah. So over here, now if I want to create, so let's say I have another workspace that I've created. And in this workspace, I have a lake house. One second. So I have a lake house created here. And in this lake house, I have a folder, which is products. And inside that, this is the file. So let's say I want to access this file, but I don't want to copy it. I don't want to move it. I don't want to use the copy activity, or I want to download it and then upload it. I don't want to do any of that. I want to directly point to this source from the other lake house. So how will I do that? Just come to this lake house, click on these three dots, click on new shortcut, select the internal sources, select the lake house. So this is the lake house. Click on the next button, expand the file options. So a shortcut can always be created on a folder. So keep in mind, so any file that you want to access, so you will have to first upload it to a folder. It's very easy. I'll show you. You can even create a folder here. I'll show you how to do that. So let me just first create the shortcut. So this is how you can create a shortcut. Just click on the next button. And we'll just skip this. We will not create a delta table as of now. Just click on the create button here. And you can see a folder. Inside that, you will find the file. The same file that we saw over there. It has now been accessed via this lakehouse, via the shortcut. We are accessing that folder or that file inside that folder, right? And I told you you can create a folder here. So just click on these three dots. And can you see we have the option of new subfolder? So you can create a folder and you can put in the file inside these folders. So it's like a hierarchical namespace that goes similar to your Azure Data Lake Gen 2, which has a hierarchical namespace. So the same thing over here is also followed. Okay, so this is how you can create a shortcut. I'm just going to delete this shortcut. So you can connect it to the internal sources, external sources, doesn't matter. It is one and the same thing. Now, you can even further analyze this file that you have uploaded here. So this is a normal data lake that we have created. Now, in a data lake, I told you you can dump in any type of data. It could be a CSV file, it could be a text file, audio, video, whatever files you want, you can dump in, right, into a lake house. Now, let's say on a lake house, you want the capabilities of a database, meaning on a data lake, okay, on a data lake, you want to apply ACID properties. Now, ACID stands for atomicity, consistency, isolation, and durability. Okay, this is what ACID property states. So on top of a data lake, if you want to apply or have the database in simple terms, you want the database capabilities. Okay, then that is the lake that gets created is called as a delta lake. And within that, because it's a database sort of thing that gets created, the table, there will be a table, of course, that will be created. And that table is called as the delta table. So over here, if you have to create a delta table, now it has become very easy. Okay, it's just you have to click on a button and a file. So earlier I remember like when I used to work with Databricks. So first thing, Databricks doesn't have its own internal storage. Okay, there is a abstraction layer. And on that abstraction layer, you have to first of all mount a storage, whether it's a data lake or it's a blob storage. You had to earlier, or even if it's a SQL database, okay, you have to literally mount that storage on that abstraction layer. And once you mount it, then you could, extract that data first into a data frame and then convert that data frame into a delta table. So it was a very long process that was there. You had to know coding, you had to know how to use the DB utils library, and you could easily convert, and then you had to convert it to a delta table. Now over here, it's become very easy. Microsoft is really bent on, really wants our life to be easy so that we immediately deploy analytical solution. So here, if I have to convert this file to a delta table, it has become super easy. All I have to do is click on these three dots, come to that specific file, click on the three dots, and can you see we have this load to tables, right? We have this load to table. So over here, just click on the new table button and automatically it will detect the type of file. So you can see there is a separator, there is a sales table here, right? So you can see, just click on the load button. And once you do that, so earlier we didn't have any table here, right? So it is creating that table. So we'll wait for some seconds. Okay, and you can see a delta table, so a table, and on the right hand side corner, can you see there is a triangle symbol that is being created? So that indicates it's a delta table. Okay, it's a delta table. Now, you can definitely, like I said, a lake house is something that you can, one more thing I'll do, I'll upload another file. So I'll just upload this file. Why am I doing it? I'll show it to you. So now let's say you want to perform SQL analysis on top of this. So I told you Lakehouse has the data warehouse capability, which uses the Spark engine only, and you can write SQL commands. So it gives you like a semantic layer, okay? Um, or I would say a semantic layer, like a pseudo layer on top of which you can write SQL commands. Now, if I have to access that, okay, if I have to access that particular, you don't require much knowledge of databases, honestly. You should know how to write SQL commands. That is required. You should know about SQL commands. What are the different SQL commands? Okay, even KQL you should know. That is what is required here. So basic SQL commands, DDL, DML, DQL, DCL, all those statements by default, whatever in SQL you learn, you have to know that. So that much you should require, that much knowledge you should have in terms of the database or SQL language. If I have to say, you should know that. SQL commands, you should know that. Okay. So now over here, uh, let's say I want to write SQL commands. I want to do SQL analysis on top of the lakehouse. I want to query this data that is present in the file, right? So if you have to create a table, I'll just show you the steps. I will not be able to create it again. So all you have to do is click on these three dots, come to that specific file, click on load to tables and select a new table. And the minute you do that, it will create a delta table over here. That's it. That's how it creates automatically. Separator, everything it detects. Separator because it's a CSV file, right? And CSV, we know the full form, comma, separated values. So separated, how are the values separated? It is separated by a comma, right? If it is CSV, it is tab separated values. So like a delimited text, like a delimiter, right? So that's what, it's just detecting that, okay? So based on the file, it is doing that over here. Now, if I want to analyze this data, okay, I can use I want to use the SQL semantic layer to do the analysis. So if I have to access, now we need to switch because we will be using the SQL analytics endpoint that gets created to query the SQL or to query the data stored in the file. So what it has done? It has just created like a pseudo layer, and using that layer, we can query the data in the files. So if I have to query, now we'll have to change the view. So currently we are in the lakehouse. So we need to change that view. So if I have to change, one is you can come to the workspace and just click on the SQL analytics endpoint, and it will take you to the SQL analytics, the semantic layer that I've been talking about. Or the other way is you come to the Lakehouse Explorer, and on the right hand side, can you see it is showing you in which view you are currently, which is the Lakehouse. You can just switch this to a SQL analytics endpoint. And can you see now you have switched to another layer. Now, if you expand the schema, you will see in the DBO, you will see inside the tables, a table that is sales has been created. Okay, it has been created over here. Now, if you observe in the lakehouse, can you see we have two files, right? We have two files. So over here, but if I go to the semantic layer or the SQL analytics endpoint, I can see only one table. So if you want to write SQL queries, without converting that file to a delta table, you will not be able to do that. So if you have to write SQL commands, you have to query the data using the SQL commands, you will have to convert your file to a delta table. And once you convert it to a delta table, you will have to switch to the SQL Analytics endpoint view, and you will be able to query the data. So that is very important. That is why you can't see the products file or the products table here, though the file is present. Okay. But if you have to query this, you will have to switch the browser. You will have to first of all, not switch the browser also, but you will have to, first of all, convert it to a delta table. Okay, you will have to convert it to a delta table. Now you can go ahead and query the data. Now, if you have to query the data, there are two ways. One is you can use the SQL editor. So the interface is similar to the SSMS, that is the SQL Server Management Studio, or you can use, or if you're familiar with Power Query Editor, so you can definitely use the Power Query Editor and you can query the data over here. So I'll show you both the ways. So over here, if I have to write SQL commands, so I can either come here and I can select new SQL query or the visual query, which is the Power Query Editor, or I can just come to this note or this file with a SQL written. If I click on the drop down, I can get the same two options. So here I'll select new SQL query and I'm going to query this over here. So we will write a simple reading analysis I'm going to perform here. So I'm going to write a group by statement. So I'll say select star, or not star, we'll say item, comma. So here I'm doing a group by operation. So we know when we perform group by, there is a mandate that we have to give a aggregation function. So I'm going to use one aggregation function, which is sum, sum, sum. And to that, I'm going to pass a multiplication operation. So I'll say quantity multiplied by unit price and give it an alias, because when we are going to write this command, okay, it is going to, because when I write some quantity multiplied by unit price, the column name, it is going to keep it as it is. Okay, it is going to use this as the column name and it is going to use it as it is. So over here, we will give it a different name, a nickname sort of. So I'll call this as revenue. Okay, so these are the column names that I'm using. Sorry, column name I'm using. Now I'll say from which table. So I'll say from sales, perform a group by on the item. So item wise, it is going to give me the total sales or the total revenue that is being generated. That is what basically analysis I'm doing here. Okay. Once that is done, just order it. So I'll do an order by clause and I'll order it according to the revenue in a descending manner. So whichever item has the highest sales, that will come first. Remaining all of them will come. Yeah, but you will have to distinct. So distinct is an aggregate function, right? That it use. So you have to give some mandate group by with group by. You have to specify what kind of aggregation function you want to do. So here we have done a simple group by operation. Just go ahead and click on the run button. And you can see that it has done a group by. It has grouped all the items and in a descending manner, it has given you the output. Now, coming to, let's create a visual query. Very simple. So I'll just select the new visual query. Now, when you have to work with a visual query, you need to drag the table onto the canvas. And the visual query uses the Power Query Editor. Okay, it uses the Power Query Editor. So here I'm just going to drag this. And you can see that it is using the Power Query Editor itself to analyze the data. Now you can go ahead and use visual query. So here, let's say I want to drop certain columns. So you can just click on the plus icon and you can see all the transformations that you would normally see in a Power Query editor. Those same transformations have been incorporated here in the Power Query, in the visual query. So people who don't know how to write SQL commands, want to work on, still want to clean the data, transform the data, you know, Yes, it is exactly. Power Query is the Power BI transformations, the ETL tool. It is exactly the same thing, just the representation is different, right? But if you see the transformations in Power Query Editor, in the Power BI desktop application or in Power BI, it's the same thing over here, right? So over here, I'm going to choose the columns. I'm going to go with this transformation, and I'm going to keep only two columns here. The first two columns, I'm going to keep it. Just click on OK. Over here, you can't get you can view it in SQL if you want. So this is there. This option is there. About the M language, I'm not sure. It was not being seen here. You can't see it in the M language here. Yeah. In SQL, you can, but not in the M language. So this is where you can get the code. M code, I don't know, but the SQL code you can get over here. Yeah, there's no code that is available here. In the Fabric service, at least I don't think so it is available. But you can get the SQL command here if you see. So these are the two columns I have kept. You can also perform a group by. We know. Just click on the plus button here. And we will perform a group by. So just select that. I'm going to go with the sales order number as a grouping condition. Okay, group the data according to the order number. Now give it a new column because we are going to perform aggregation here. So I'm going to give a new name to it. So I'll call this as line items. And I will use the sum function again. So you have to give this and let it do it on the order line number here. Just click on OK. And you can see that it has grouped the data accordingly, according to the sales order number. It has done that. Okay, so this is a simple visual query that you can use and you can analyze the data with. Now, this is your lake house, right? This is the lake house. So you can do a simple this thing. You can even create a semantic model here if you want to. Okay, you can create a custom semantic model either here or in the SQL Analytics endpoint. Now let's very quickly create a warehouse. It's very simple. Again, come to a new item. And over here, if you go to store data, you have the option of warehouse. So I'll give it a name. Just click on the create button. And this is the warehouse. So warehouse is also very simple to create, not at all difficult. Okay, just give it a name, go to new item, create, and you can do that. So here also you can load in the data using pipelines, using data flow, right? You can use sample data. So I'll use sample data. You can also use T-SQL commands and you can create tables using SQL commands, T-SQL commands, and you can do that, which is not possible in the lake house. So now coming to the difference between a warehouse and a lake house. So here, let me just create a sample warehouse. So you can just use the sample data. Now coming to the difference between the lake house and a warehouse, the first difference is of course the type of data, okay, that you work with. In the lake house, you work with semi-structured, unstructured, and the underlying business logic of a lake house is not a warehouse, right? It is a data lake. Okay, on top of that data lake, you have been given like an abstraction or a semantic layer so that you can write SQL commands. So this SQL Analytics endpoint that gets created, okay, this is a read-only endpoint. I repeat, this is a read-only endpoint. This particular endpoint, meaning if you have to perform DDL or DML commands of the SQL language, meaning create, update, delete certain things, modify the tables, you can't do that in the SQL Analytics endpoint. Now, why you can't do that? Because the business logic is not a data warehouse, it is a data lake. So any modification, and it's a file. On top of that, it's a file which has been converted to a delta table. So the schema is schema, even if you convert it. It's not a relational schema, it's just a abstraction layer that you are getting. So the business logic is a data lake. So any updations that have to happen, they will have to either happen on the delta table or in your file. So this SQL analytics endpoint you saw, it's just a simple way of querying the data. So you can't update it or modify or add a new table to it. No, because the business logic is of a data lake and not a data warehouse. It's just been added on top of it. So simple reading analysis, writing simple select statements is only possible on the SQL analytics endpoint. But if you want to perform DDL, DML operations on your data lake, on your data, you want to actually get that database or data warehouse sort of capability wherein you work with DML, DDL, cross database querying, you perform, then you will have to create a warehouse. And of course, the kind of data you're working, it is more structured. The business logic is not of a file, right? It is a table. It's a DBO schema. The data is stored as a DBO schema. It's not stored as a file. Okay. So yes, Fabric is a way of data mesh. You can definitely do that here. Okay, so it's in a way you can say you're implementing a data mesh. I wouldn't say no to it. Okay, so that is what basically is the difference between, and of course, shortcut. You can't create a shortcut on the data warehouse or the warehouse item that we created. Okay, there is no way you can create a shortcut here. But of course, if you want to now update the tables, modify, query them, all of those things you can perform on the data warehouse. Okay, all those things. Now you can go ahead. The same thing you get here. So if you go to the workspace, now you can see a warehouse has been added. Now you can see it is in one workspace itself. Earlier, we had to create for a lakehouse. Databricks is the only service. So Databricks came up with this lakehouse concept, which has been adopted by Microsoft. So if I had to create a lakehouse, I had to create it in the Databricks service. Warehouse in Synapse. So it would become difficult for integration, right? Or not even here, we don't have to integrate, but still, in your same analytical solution, if these are the sources, then you have to create different services to manage those sources, right? So this is how you create the warehouse. Okay. And of course, on top of the warehouse, you can perform DDL, DML operations. You can add in data. So you can definitely create a table here. So very simple. So you can just select new SQL query and I can create table. So I'll very quickly show you. Create table with a DBO schema. This is the schema that I'm creating. So you can see the interface is the same. But if you see on the right hand side, we don't have that drop down option now, which lets me switch the browsers, right? From Lakehouse to Warehouse, to SQL Analytics endpoint. That is not there. Okay. So here we have DBO. So I'll create a dimension table because it's a data warehouse. So we know there are two kinds of table that we create in a data warehouse. So here it will be product key int. Okay, just very quickly I'll create one. Varchar 25. I'll take and null. We can keep this value null. Then the next product name. One last value we will add. Okay. So now just click on the run button and it will create a table here. So it is successful. So you can see the dimension table has been created on the left hand side, dim prod. So you can see it is accepting these commands. But if you go and do this same operation in the lakehouse, it will not, because the business logic, again, I'm repeating, is of a data lake and not a data warehouse, because this is a warehouse. This is a warehouse item that we have created. So it will only stick to that. So you can also go insert, use the DML statement. So this was DCL. You can definitely use the DML statements here. So again, very quickly, I'll insert certain values. Just copy this and just change these values. Okay. So you can do something like this, and then I'll just finally. And now you can just go ahead and execute this. So when you're executing and you're writing multiple commands in one editor, just ensure you select the lines that you are implementing. So just click on the run button and the values will be inserted. So you can just check those values. Say select start from dbo.dim product and just run it. So you will see the values have been inserted here in the table. So very simple. This is how you can use the data warehouse in the Fabric service. And one last module that is covered, of course, there is a lot. There is monitoring, how you can monitor the data warehouse, how you can optimize a lakehouse. Okay, all those things are also there. But you can also work, apart from this, you can also work with the real-time intelligence in Fabric. So let's just see a simple demo on that. Of course, and these modules, guys, there is a lot that goes in depth. Okay, of course, in one day we can't cover everything. So just I'll just show you all. Okay, lake house, warehouse, little bit very important things that are there. So shortcut, difference between warehouse, lake house, and then finally you have the real-time analytics. So if you want to implement the real-time analysis, you can even do that. So what Microsoft has done, the real-time analysis that you have to perform, you can basically they have put it into a single hub, okay, which they call as the real-time hub. So if you want to work with real-time data, okay, real-time or streaming data, so they have separated that out and they have created a hub. So on the left-hand side, if you see, we have that hub over here. So you can just click on the real-time hub and you will get all the components that are required, okay, for performing data analysis using the real-time sources. So here, let's just see a simple demo. So I'm going to use a sample data. So I'm going to use the stock prices and we are going to analyze the stock data using the real-time hub or the real-time analysis of the Fabric. So here I'm going to add a source. So I'm going to use one of the sample sources only. that is the stock market. You can get data from IoT Hub, from Event Hub. Okay, if you are aware about of these two services, you can definitely ingest the data from there. But again, your IoT Hub and the Azure portal and the Microsoft Fabric portal have to be on the same tenant. The Entra ID has to be the same for both of them. Just keep that in mind. So here I'll use the stock market. I'll just click on the connect button and I'll give it a name. So here basically we are creating an event stream. Okay. So I am going to give it a name and I'll call this as stock data. Sorry, I'll call this source as stock and the event stream, I'm going to change it to stock data. Okay. This is what I am going to do. So this is the name. So what is event stream doing? Its job is to get the data from the real source that is coming in. Okay, that's the only job it is doing, and it is going to dump the data in a destination. So EL operation basically. So if you want like a ETL tool on your streaming data, if you want that tool, then it is the event stream. Okay, in the Fabric service, what does the event stream do? It basically just extracts the data and you either transform it or you load it, or you can just extract it and you load it into some destination. So like how we have the data factory pipelines or the data flow, the same thing on real-time data if I want to do, then that is done by the event stream. So that is what is the event stream. So here I'll just click on the next button and just click on the connect option. So it will create an event stream. So it has done. You can just go ahead and see how it looks like. So you can just click on open event stream. So that you can see it's like a low code, no code approach that has been taken here. And you can see that there is the source that we have configured, which is the stock data that is coming in. And we have the event stream whose job is to get the data. Now we need to load this data somewhere, right? The stock data that is coming in, it needs to be loaded. And if I have to load that data, because it's a streaming data, so we need another storage to do that, right? So over here, I'm going to create a event house to do that. So what is an event house? Event house is like how there is a manager to manage the event, right? To basically handle everything like a management tool. Think about that. So event house is like a management tool which manages databases, which manages tables, because ultimately the data, it's not going to be loaded in the event house. It's going to be loaded in a database and in a table, right? So we need somebody to manage that data. And who is going to do that for us? It is going to be, so it's not the same as your event hub, not at all. Okay, the naming is not same as your event hub. Okay, so it's different. So event house is more like a management tool. If you want to manage your data, real-time data that is coming in. Okay, so that is being managed by whom? By the event house. Event hub's job is just to ingest the data. That's it, depending on the event. But event house will store the data, manage the data. Now on the top of this data, you will be writing some simple queries. So what queries have you written? It will keep a note of that. It will manage the database, the tables inside the database, and even the queries, the dashboards that you can create on top of this. Okay, so that all management is done by the event house. So here, if I have to create an event house, just come to new item, select, go to store item, and here we have the option of event house. So I'm going to call this as stock EH because that's the data that we are loading in. So I'm going to call it as the stock this thing. Size, no, there is no restriction on the size, just that you will have to pay it later. Like I said, whatever data you get in, so it is all going to be stored in one lake, correct? So whatever data, amount of data gets stored, later on you will have to pay for it. It is a billable, this thing. So as of now, it will not charge you. because the capacity is different. But once you load the data and you store it, I'm sorry, in the one lake, for that you will have to pay. So there's no restriction on the size because the amount that you pay is different. Okay. So your data is not going to be loaded in the delta tables over here. It is completely different. If you have to load the data into the delta tables, for that you will have to use a different method. Okay, so you don't need Kafka or anything, but you have the event house, which will have the KQL database. So there will be a database that will be created, and in that database, the data is going to be loaded and not in the delta table. So here a different database gets created inside that database. So the name of the database is called KQL. Now what is KQL? KQL is nothing but another language, like how you have SQL, which you use on a SQL server, Oracle, right? So here also you have a KQL language that you use on streaming data to query that data to perform the analysis on that data. Now the KQL is similar to your SQL. It's also a declarative language. And the full form of KQL is Kusto Query Language. Why Kusto? Because it was invented by the Kusto scientist, okay, who came up with this language to query the data in the KQL database. So like how if you have a database in your SQL server or on Azure SQL database or Oracle, right? What do? You use the SQL commands. Similarly, here also in the event house, you will have a database. That database is called as a KQL database. And inside that database, you will have tables, multiple tables, like how you have in a relational table, you have multiple tables. So here also you will have tables. And in order to query the data in the tables, I will use the KQL commands. So similar to your SQL, if you have to you have to analyze the real-time data, streaming data, then you use the KQL commands. That will depend upon the license you have. Okay, as of now, there is no limit. So how much data is input and etc. So like I said, the billing of the data or the storage of the data is billed separately. There is a one lake storage calculator that is there. So you will have to look at that. So in this training, nobody is going to ask you about that. If you want to know more about that calculator, you will have to do the research on your own. Okay, so there is a separate calculator. Any amount of data that is coming in, that will be billed separately. Any data that you load, whether it's from a lake house, from a warehouse, or in the event house, it is all going to be billed separately. So just keep that in mind. So your limitation, there is no limit. It will all be billed later. Okay. So here just go ahead and create a lake house. Sorry, an event house. I'm sorry. And once you create a event house, you will see inside that, you will see a KQL database with the same name. It will be created. So you don't have to create a separate database. It will contain the KQL database. And inside this, now if you go, you will be able to load the data. Okay, so we have already streamed the data. The stock data was already coming in. I'm going to just load that data here. Okay, I'm just going to load that data. So I'm going to first of all get the data. So I'll have to specify. So I'm going to get it from the event stream that we had created. So I'll just select the existing event stream. And inside the database, as of now, I don't have a table. So I'm going to create a new table and I'm going to call that table as a stock table so that whatever data is coming from the stream, from the stock prices that are coming in, they will be dumped in this table. Now, where is this coming from? So I'll select the workspace, which is this workspace, select the event stream that we had created. And automatically all the other things will be created. Just click on the next button. So it will quickly do a schema mapping. For just 1 second. I'll just change the name. I'll call this as stock table. And here it has done the mapping. So you can see some data has been started coming in, right? You can see, just click on the finish button and it will start loading the data. So it is done. Just click on the close button. And if I just refresh this, or let me go to the event stream. Yes, so if you remove any transformations or anything, of course, if you perform, naturally, it is going to affect the data loading. Okay, so when you load the data, any table or anything, so here if you see, if you click on the edit button, okay, and can you see you have the transform option? So there are certain transformations that you can perform, which of course will definitely remove certain columns. You want to perform aggregation, etc. All those things will of course affect the data that you're loading into the table. So you can, it's up to you. So that's what I said. Event stream is a low code, no code approach, right? Wherein you can, it's like a ETL tool, like how you have data factory pipelines or data flow. So it's like similar to that. So if you want to transform the data and then load the data, okay, so this is how it is done. So if you see now, the data is coming in here. So if I go to the database, so let's start loading the data here. Yeah. So can you see some data has been started loaded? It has been loaded into the stock table. Now you can definitely query this data. You can definitely query the captured data. So here you can see there is a query set that comes by default. Okay. In the event house, when we added a table, a query set gets created. Now, what is a query set? A query set is nothing but where you can write the KQL command. So it's like a notepad. Okay, I told you if you have to query the data here, you will have to write commands to it, and the language used is KQL. So you want to query, you will have to query them, right? So over here, it will keep a note of those queries that you write to the tables, to the event house or to the database that is there. So where does it make a note? In a notepad, which is called as a query set. So as the name says, query set, it is going to compile all the queries that you create and put it into one notepad. And that notepad is called as the query set. So over here, there's a query set that is by default created, or you can create your own query set. Just click on the plus button here. And you can now go ahead and write simple KQL commands. Very simple. All you have to do is just specify the table name, and like how we have select top 100, right? So you can just see or display the top 100 rows from the table. So that is also possible over here. So just say, so for that, there is a KQL command, which is called as take. So take, what it will do, it will just take the top rows or whatever rows, the number you specify, it is just going to take that. So here I'll say 100 and I will execute this. So just click on the run button and it will display the top 100 rows. So you can see here the number 100 records, stock prices have been displayed, or the stock information has been displayed over here. And this will keep on refreshing as and when. Now let's say you want to retrieve the average price of each stock. Like how we perform group by, right? Item wise, I calculated the total revenue, right? So here, let's say you want to calculate the average stock prices for each stock symbol. Okay, for each symbol, that means you want to group all the symbols, and for that you want to calculate the average price. So here also you can perform like a group by operation. Very simple. Specify the table name, like how every time from, and then we specify the table name. So it's the same thing here. Now let's say for every in the last 5 minutes, Okay. You want to find out what is the average stock price for every symbol, every stock symbol, what is the average price. So here I'm kind of giving a window that in the last 5 minutes, tell me what was the average stock prices according to the symbol, right? So that's what I'm going to do over here. So I'll just say where. So I'll add a clause and I'll say time. That time greater than. So there is a function which is called as ago, which specifies or it will go back in time. Basically, it will take you back in time. You have to just specify the duration that, okay, I want to go back in time. So here I'll say 5 minutes. That I want to go 5 minutes behind in time. And I want you to do a group by operation and retrieve the average stock prices. So over here, if I have to perform a group by, for that, so you need to add this pipe option, because if you have to add multiple statements to the commands, you will have to use this pipe option. So over here, I will use a command called as summarize. So summarize is like your group by. Okay, it is like the group by operation. So I'll say summarize, perform the aggregation function. So we know that with group by, you have to give an aggregation function. And we know that when we give the aggregation function, we give an alias, a shorter name. So that is what I'm doing here. So this is the column name, the alias that I'm giving. And to this alias, I will be giving the aggregation function. So here it's going to do an average on the price. So for that, we need to do a type conversion. So I'll say 2 decimal and I'll apply it on the bid price column and add a comma. Now I need to group it, right? So I will add the by clause and say symbol. So it has to group according to the symbol and give me the average prices, correct? Now we will, like how in the select statement, we specify the column names, select, star, select, so and so. So here, if I want to specify that, in the select statement, I want to do that, we use a project command. In the KQL, we use project command. So what does project do? Similar to your select statement. It will use the column names you have specified and project the output in that manner. Okay, so here I want to see the symbol, not all the columns. I just want you to take 2 columns. So I'll say average price. And once this is done, just click on the run button. And you can see according to the symbol, okay, it is giving me the output. Now you can even create a real-time dashboard of this. Okay, you can definitely create a dashboard, visualize this data. We all know the power of visualizations. So you can definitely visualize this data using a real-time dashboard. Why real-time? Because the data streaming, it is going to change, right? So we can definitely create a real-time dashboard. So here on the top, we have this option, save to a dashboard. So I don't have a real-time dashboard. I'm going to create one. So I'll select the second option, give it a name. Okay, I am going to call this as stock dashboard. Give this visual a title. I'm going to call this as average price. Okay. And I'm going to display. So what when you create a real-time dashboard, what it does is whatever query you have written here, using that query, it is going to display a visual to you. Okay. It is going to display a visual to you. Okay. So over here, we will go ahead and we will click on the create button. So once it does, so it will visualize this query. Basically, that's what it does on the real-time dashboard. So it's going to visualize the query. Now you can definitely change this. You don't like the table view. You don't like this table view that is being used. So you can definitely change this. So as of now, you're in the viewing mode. You're just viewing the dashboard. So if you want to edit the visual, so instead of a table or a column view, whatever this visual is called, you can definitely use another this thing. So go with the editing option. So come to the right hand side corner, click on the drop down and select the editing option. Now, once you edit, you have the option to change this visual. Okay, so you can, from a table view, you can make it to a column chart. So if I have to edit, just hover and click on the edit button. So just click on the edit button. So you can see based on this query, it has created that visual. This is the title that we have given. You can see the visual type. You can change this visual type. So go with a column chart. Any chart you like, you can go with that. Okay, so here I'll go with this and just click on apply changes and it will change the stock data. And you can see that it is refreshing the data every minute. You can even do a manual refresh. You can even set a refresh. You can set an alert to this also. So let's say whenever the stock average stock prices go beyond 100, let's say, okay, whenever the average stock prices increases by 100, you want a notification. Let's say, okay, you want an email sent to you. So you can definitely add an alert. Okay, you can definitely add an alert over here. So if you want to add an alert, so can you see you have that option? So here we are going to create on the average price visual. So if the average prices increases by 100, please give me a notification, send a notification on, send me an email basically, and run this query, because for this visual we saw there is a query that is running. So run that query every 5 minutes and check the average prices. Okay, check the average prices. Now, if it increases, so here you can go with increases by, specify the value, which is 100. So if the count goes beyond 100, please give me an alert. Send a email. So where it will send an email to the login ID that you have used, okay, in order to log into the Fabric service, and just create an item whenever it, gives me this thing. So I'll call this as stock item. So create a new item, save this information in a new item, okay, in the workspace itself. So it will create it in this workspace so that I come to know, okay, this is when the alert was sent. Okay, and once this is done, just click on the create button, and every 5 minutes, it will run that query and give me an alert whenever the stock prices go above. So there is no automation. You will have to create an alert first at least, and then automatically it will follow. Okay, so alert has to be initially, you will have to create it. There's no automation to that. Okay, in Fabric at least it's not there, but at least once you will have to create that particular this thing. So now if I just save your dashboard, and if you go to the workspace, so you should see an item will be created, which will keep a track. Okay, this particular item will continuously run the query. It will provide you with the analytics here. So you can just close this and you can see it is running the query. It will give you that information over here. You can just click on this by symbol also. It is giving you information. You can see the alert here. If you click on this, it will talk about, so if you scroll down, so it will see as of now, this is the information it is giving. So as of now, of course, the stock prices haven't gone above 100. See, there is no limit to it. I mean, there is no, I can't. So if you see 24 hours max, you can store the data. Okay. But so, Amuda, Priya, I've not understood your question at all. So, if you can elaborate it, it would be better. But as of now, automation on the alert is not possible. Okay, that is not possible over here. You have to create the alert. Okay, and then only it is possible. Warehouse, then you will have to use the pipeline. You can't use the real-time analysis if you want to use warehouse. So for warehouse, you will have to use the data pipeline item. You have it over here. You will have to use the data pipeline and then you will have to configure, you'll have to use incremental copy watermark it, and then accordingly you will have to extract the old data or something like that. But real-time analysis you can't use on the data warehouse. For that, you will have to create an event house and then only you can perform. Okay, so you can see now whatever items you create, they are all being available here. Okay, in one workspace, you can see that, and you can see it is coming under one roof. That is what is basically Microsoft Fabric for you. So guys, with this, we end the webinar. We will stop here. I'm sorry, I thought we would end it early, but we have gone overboard with time. I'm extremely sorry for it. But yeah, thank you so much, everyone, whoever attended the session. This is it from my end. Thank you so much for attending a full day webinar on a weekend. And if you have any questions, any doubts, you can ask right now, or else we can conclude the session. Please do not leave the meeting without giving us your feedback or your redeeming the redeeming the badges. It's something that will benefit you only. And so that is it from my end. Um, Thank you so much, everyone, for attending. Have a great evening, and I'll see you all in the upcoming webinars that are there.